The Houston Community College Board of Trustees meeting will begin at 4 p.m.
Good afternoon. This regular meeting will now come to order on April 17, 2024 at
4:04 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purpose as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. We would like to extend our condolences to Trustee Charlene Ward Johnson and her family in the loss of her brother, Ernest Ward. Please keep her and her family in your prayers. At this time, please join Trustee Sean Sheben for the prayer, followed by the pledge.
Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. Help us to engage in meaningful discussion, allow us to grow closer as a group, and nurture the bonds of community. Fill us with your grace as we make decisions that might affect the students, staff, faculty, and community partners of our college system. Continue to remind us that all we do and accomplish is for you and your glory. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
We are now ready to approve the minutes from the Academic and Student Affairs Committee, the Audit Committee, and Committee of the Whole meetings on February 14th, 2024, and the regular meeting on February 21st, 2024. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for February 2024?
Second.
It has been moved and second. Are there any corrections to the minutes? If there are no corrections, we are now ready to vote on the approval of the minutes for February 2024.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
We are now ready to vote on the approval of, we did that, okay. We will now move to our awards presentation and recognitions. Todd DePlantis will introduce the awards, the presentations, and recognitions.
Good afternoon. We invite representatives from AT&T's external relations team, including Mr. Charles Stein and Ms. Tanya Makani Rivera, along with Dr. Desmond Lewis and Dr. Jerome Drain, to join the trustees and chancellor in front of the dais for the check presentation by AT&T in the amount of $20,000 in support of the digital access centers. Thank you very much for your generous contribution to HCC's foundation in support of our scholarships and our students. We'll provide an opportunity for remarks at the end of the recognitions. We now invite the Harvey Lincoln Student Scholarship recognizes students attending ATD Network College who are committed to furthering their education despite facing significant educational, personal, and financial challenges. AV Etagane is the first HCC students to be presented with the Achieve the Dream Scholarship. At this time, we invite Avery to join the trustees, or Avy rather, and the trustees to join the chancellor in front of the dais for recognition. The Dream Scholars Program is a year-long entrepreneurial learning opportunity for community college students to grow as leaders, culminating at a platform at the annual Dream Conference. Each year, ATD honors 8 of those leaders with a scholarship that is awarded at the annual Convenient Dream. Each 2024 Dream Scholar receives a monetary award from Achieving the Dream to support their educational and personal journey. Scholar Avy states, I aim to exemplify how girls from disadvantaged backgrounds can defy expectations. By applying my skills, I hope to empower others facing the very barriers I once confronted. Determined to challenge stereotypes that exist for her and others who have had similar journeys, Avy aims to specialize in AI and machine learning for gaining skills from which she hopes to revolutionize healthcare and save lives. Congratulations to Avy as being selected as the 2024 Achieve the Dream Dream Scholar. Since 1968, the Texas Association for Literacy and Adult Education has been dedicated to enhancing the adult education landscape here in Texas. TALAE serves as a platform for professional development, networking opportunities, and statewide recognition for adult education programs. We invite Cordelia Butler, an adult education and literacy instructor at HCC, to come forward for this recognition. Cordelia has been bestowed with the TALAE Adult Educator Award, recognizing her outstanding contributions to the field and transformative impact she has had on adult learners. The Adult Education Teacher of the Year Award specifically recognizes educators who have shown unwavering dedication to their students and in the adult education field throughout their careers. Congratulations, Cordelia, on such an awesome accomplishment. Trustees and Chancellor, we have one more recognition. At this time, we would like to take the opportunity to recognize Dennis and Juliana Yazdanapana, our Credentials of Values highlight students for the month. We invite Dennis and Juliana to join the Chancellor and Trustees for a photo opportunity as our Credential of Values highlight for April. The video highlighting their story will be presented during the Chancellor's report under the Credentials of Value highlight. You may now return to the dais. At this time, we invite Ms. Karen Schmidt to the podium for remarks on the check presentations.
Thank you, Board Chair Cynthia Linton-Gary and trustees and Chancellor Ford Fisher. I'm honored to have the opportunity as the HCC Foundation President to thank AT&T for supporting HCC with a gift of $20,000 to support HCC's digital access centers. These centers help HCC students and members of the Houston community bridge the gap and the digital divide to have access to digital skills that they need to thrive. Thank you to AT&T for your support. I would now like to invite Dr. Jerome Drain and Dr. Desmond Lewis to share more about the impact of the gift.
Good afternoon, trustees.
Afternoon.
Within our community, there's a growing need for digital skills and knowledge among residents of all ages. In today's digital age, proficiency in technology is essential for personal, educational, and professional success. We are so grateful to AT&T in making this investment in HCC's digital access centers. The 10 digital access centers are all-inclusive spaces for students in need of digital learning support and are strategically located at campuses across the HCC district. These centers aim to increase digital literacy skills among community members, enabling them to participate fully in the digital age. Promote digital inclusion by providing access to technology resources and training to underserved populations. Empower individuals with the knowledge and skills needed to pursue educational and employment opportunities that require digital competence. And to create a sense of community by facilitating collaboration and knowledge sharing among participants.
And as Houston Community College continues to extend its expanse to impact the community, with the support of AT&T, HCC will provide accessible resources, training, and support to bridge the digital divide for all marginalized and all communities. So at this time, I would like to invite Mr. Charles Stein, AT&T's Director of External and Legislative Affairs for South Texas, to the podium to say a few words. Charles?
Thank you, Dr. Drain and Dr. Lewis. Trustees, AT&T is proud to support technology skills training at Houston Community College. Together, we are addressing the digital divide by promoting digital access. That's good for Houston because tomorrow's innovators will train here today. For jobs that require confidence and skills in STEM and beyond, these 10 digital access centers are a gateway to student success, career readiness, and economic mobility. We are grateful for the collaboration with Dr. Lewis, Dr. Drain, Karen Schmidt, and Jill Asir. Let's continue to provide connected learning opportunities for Greater Houston together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I'd like to turn the microphone back over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Karen. Now we will open the floor for trustees to provide information regarding activities in their respective districts, an overview from conferences or workshops attended, and or to recognize individuals for outstanding contributions in the community that promote education and community service. Please, trustees, limit your comments to no more than 4 minutes. Trustee Sheben.
I'd like to recognize Dr. Brillo Hopkins and the AI team for a fantastic AI conference last week. I was only able to stay for a short while, but in the short time that I was there, I had 2 interactions that made me think all weekend, and I'll share those with you now. One was during the keynote presented by one of our partners from Intel, and he threw out a phrase that really just was in my head the whole next few days, which was, AI won't replace people, but people who use AI will replace people that don't. And to me, I think that's just a perfect distillation of the challenge. One of the challenges of this institution going forward for the next few years is to make sure that our students are prepared to engage in that space. that they are the people who use AI and not the people that don't. The other was kind of a funny anecdote on the side, again, in discussion with one of our partners at Intel. Being in Houston, somebody flippantly called out, and sky's the limit, and then they paused and thought, no, not in Houston, not anymore, there is no limit. And just the optimism that AI and frankly all the programs that HCC bring to how impactful we are to the future of this community. That just really stuck with me the whole weekend. So thank you, Dr. Willa Hopkins and your team. What an amazing event, and just the enthusiasm in the room was palpable. So good work.
Any other trustees? Trustee Vanderbilt Stallworth.
I'd like to take a moment to thank Charles Stein because from, a year ago, Mr. Stein, we worked together to include, let me say that correctly, to include a legislation for broadband in the state of Texas. And so I had the opportunity to work with him on that. So it is really good to see him come to Houston Community College and gift our digital centers with this funding. This is amazing. I also like to thank Donna Fujimoto Cole, the owner of Cole Chemical. She invited our students and our professors to a Energy Ground Zero event downtown today as of 4 o'clock. They are in that event, and I want to thank 2 people here. I think Ravi Bombrat, and where's my other person? Because he sent the honor students. So our honor students are there. Our student, there he is, Darren Baskin. I like it. He's here somewhere. So our honor students and our NASA students are in attendance at that event with Donna Fujimoto Cole. So it is great that she offered to allow our students and our professors to attend that event. So I want to say thank you to her. And I want to thank Dr. Perez, your academic team, for the TSI boot camp. The boot camp in March at District 9 at my campus had 220 students, and that is amazing on a Saturday with teenagers. And there is another boot camp scheduled, and the goal now is 500 students. So I want to say thank you, because that boot camp prepares those students to take the TSI exam and be able to become Houston Community College students as early as 9th grade. And we did have middle schoolers that attended, so they're onboarding in 7th and 8th grade now. So thank you very much for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you for that report. And I really think that those boot camps need to take place in all of our districts. I really do. Any other trustees?
I wanted to say something. I wanted to commend Dr. Edwards for the community meeting that he had at the Acres Home campus, introducing that campus back to the community so they'll know what's going on there and what's going on in the whole Northeast District. It was well attended, and I just wanted to thank you and your team for a great job on your presentation.
Other trustees? Trustee Davies, Trustee Laredo.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to attend a couple of conferences in March, and so we got some great ideas, and always looking at how to continue supporting our students and our staff, and so so it was good learning. Also, I want to commend Dr. Glover for having on the Eclipse Day that we had the Chamber of Commerce come over to Frogger campus, and we were all in awe when the clouds broke so that we could see the eclipse. So that was like a miracle, considering it was so cloudy. But so everybody was real impressed with what we have to offer here at HCC. And so again, we continue to encourage everyone that become ambassadors for HCC, and that's how we're going to grow and be seen. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee
I have to thank Dr. Siddiqui and his team for orchestrating the boot camp as well, because a Saturday morning with 220 teenagers at 8 o'clock is a feat.
Not easy.
And so they did an amazing job, and we expect to see those students as HCC students. So thank you, Dr. Siddiqui. Can you thank your team for us, please?
Sure, I'll be quick. It's really more of a thanks to the administration. The Texas Lyceum Public Conference was held earlier this month, and I thought, Chancellor, it was just an outstanding job by you personally, your team, including Ashley Smith, Dr. Ramel Young, Dr. Barillo, Rodney Nathan, the AV crew who was there representing for the college. It was on space innovation and technology, and so it was a great representation of HCC and what we are doing here and with our partners, Intel and the like. So kudos.
Okay, I just want to say that we attended a conference in Long Beach, and we gathered some great information because what Long Beach has done is partnered with the Boys and Girls Club to provide childcare for their students. And because of that, their enrollment has increased. And she gave me, the vice president gave me her contact information, and I've already reached out to her, and she's going to give me the complete, she said, I have the complete floor plan. You don't have to figure out how to do anything. I'm going to send you all the information so you guys can follow the model that we've put in place, because it's working so well. I mean, it was very, very interesting, very interesting. And also, too, I want to say thank you to Dr. Barillo and her team. There was a spelling bee at the Missouri City campus, and guys, when I tell you, it was so amazing to see kids as young as 6 years old spelling words that I'm concentrating. Okay, let me see. I'm trying to break it up in the syllabus. And it was so amazing. It was one of the best experiences. So again, thank you, Dr. Barillo, and your team for that. Okay? Now, the Board of Trustees are required annual training for 2024, and it will be completed as a self-study via training videos to include governance, ethics, finance, Title IX, cybersecurity, excuse me, DBGA grievances, and procurement. The training materials and videos were provided to trustees via email. The training should be completed as a self-study, and the signed annual training certificate should be submitted to Board Service Office at board.services@hccs.edu by the designated deadline of April 30th, 2024. If there are any questions regarding the training or additional information is needed, please contact Board Counsel. Board meetings are scheduled as follows. April 19th, Board Retreat from 8:30 a.m., and it will be on the 9th floor in the Pacific Ocean Room. May 1st, committee meetings, times to be determined. May 1st, Committee of the Whole meeting, which will take place at 4 p.m. May 15th, special meeting at 3 p.m. And May 15th, regular meeting at 4 p.m. The meetings will be held at the HCC Administrative Building, 3100 Main Street, and will be posted according to the Open Meetings Act requirements. This concludes the Chairman's report. We will now hear from Dr. Ford Fisher with the Chancellor's report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. Since our meeting in February, our Board of Trustees and executive team members have been actively engaged in various events across our service area. On March the 26th, I had the opportunity to serve on a panel hosted by Baker Ripley. The discussion was focused on socioeconomics and the critical need to provide skills training for more residents in underserved communities. Panelists included Darren Peschel, Senior Vice President of the Federal Reserve Bank, and Claudia Aguirre, President and CEO of Baker Ripley, one of our long-term partners with HCC. On April the 2nd, Houston Community College and Capital Idea celebrated the announcement of the $2 million Department of Labor Workforce Grant Training. Houston Community College will be a key partner to provide training, apprenticeships, and work-based learning opportunities. Then on April the 9th, I was appointed to the Greater Houston Partnership Board. The first meeting was held yesterday. The meeting was well attended and focused on key topics related to Houston's economy, population growth, labor market and in-demand career fields, and HISD provided a status report. On April the 9th, I participated in a top-of-mind Women's Leadership Roundtable discussion moderated and hosted by the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas President Laura K. Logan. It was very interesting because she is from Kentucky, and we had a natural connection when I told her that I was commissioned a Kentucky colonel. So that led to robust conversation. On April the 11th, HCC held its third annual AI conference, as was mentioned earlier, that brought together some of the nation's greatest minds to explore the latest advancements in AI, and it was really a tremendous, tremendous conference. On April 12th, HCC participated in, as was mentioned, the Texas Lyceum 2024 public conference, which focused on Texas's leadership in space, technology, and innovation. I had the opportunity to serve on a panel titled Workforce Development and STEM Education. Panelists included Chancellor John Sharp, Texas A&M University System, Chancellor Mike Reeser, Texas State Technical College, and former astronaut Dr. Bernard Harris. During the month of March, as we look at internal engagement, I had the great privilege to hear from over 800 faculty and staff through listening sessions held across the district. The sessions were productive and will inform our operational strategies going forward. We've also received grants, and I mentioned one, but Houston Community College was awarded a $430,000 aviation workforce development grant from the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA. The grant will allow the college to establish a comprehensive aviation maintenance technician program that addresses the growing demand for skilled aviation technicians in the region, and this program will be offered at the Northeast College Northeast campus. Now, I would like to defer to Dr. Andrea Burridge, who will present the enrollment report as an additional item on the Chancellor's report. Dr. Burridge.
Thank you. For today's enrollment update, I will begin with a chart that illustrates HCC's total unduplicated enrollment from the start of registration to the end of term. We will use this chart to compare enrollment from year to year and will continue to provide it each month. You can see that enrollment grows rapidly from the start of registration through about the 45th class day. Enrollment then flattens out as a majority of classes have begun. At this point, spring enrollment is largely complete and showed an 8% increase over spring 2023, with a total unduplicated enrollment of 56,891. This enrollment will continue to grow slightly through April and the beginning of May. All three of the major academic careers showed increased enrollment comparing spring 2024 to spring 2023, with the increases ranging from 7% to 15%. And you can see that credit enrollment, our traditional careers and associates, continue to be where the majority of our students enroll. Our summer enrollment is growing and is up by about 9.5%. We still have I expect significant enrollment between now and the start of the term. Currently, enrollment is up in the credit careers and down very slightly, more or less flat in the continuing education professional careers. And again, enrollment is still increasing rapidly. We do not present the non-funded, non-credit in adult high school because they are still primarily enrolling for spring and will begin some intense summer enrollment later in a month or so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Burridge. And now we will hear from our United Student Council President, Igor Lucci.
Good evening, Madam Chair, trustees, Chancellor Madam Ford Fisher, respected faculty and staff here today. My name is Igor Lucic, and I serve as the president of the United Student Council here at HCC, and I'm excited to meet all of you here on today's day of April to share what my fellow officers and I have accomplished and what we plan to accomplish. The matters I'll be speaking about will be the Gulf Coast AI Conference, the Art Earth Day celebration, the Texas Junior College Student Government Association State Conference, the Texas PACE Student Advisory Council, and highlighting some of our recent student competition winners. So for my first order of business, I wanted to discuss rather briefly the recent Gulf Coast AI Conference that has been mentioned before me. It was held last week on April 11th and April 12th, and it was a large two-day event focusing on artificial intelligence and the impacts and all things around us in society. AI has the ability to reshape everything around society, so we felt that it was important for us to get involved with this conference. The USC had the unique opportunity of organizing a booth during the conference, and it was a great experience to talk to students and to tell them about what we do as well as our elections coming up. Next, I will be talking about the USC event for the Art Earth Day celebration, where we will be joined with our friends from the Southwest SGA on April 23rd. We're hoping to bring students outside to enjoy this event, celebrating nature as well as art. We will be passing out snacks and seeds to get students involved with nature. We would also be giving out pre-stenciled canvases as a beginner-friendly way of expressing ourselves as well as celebrating the nature around us. For my next order of business, I will be talking about the Texas Junior College Student Government Association, or TJC SGA for short, the state conference held in Austin on April 25th until the 28th. This is a long 4-day conference where we will be joined with all the student governments that make up HCC, as well as all student governments that make up Texas as a whole. We are always honored to be called upon to represent the will and the voices of HCCs and the largest student government assembly in the state of Texas in order to help pass legislation and change student government laws across the state. Next is the Texas PACE Student Advisory Council. I am honored to be selected that I've finally been accepted to join the Texas PACE Student Advisory Council. The PACE Council is made up of 11 hand-selected members and guided by the nonprofit group Young Invincibles, which is a nationwide organization. In order to work on student-focused issues, and I'm proud to announce that I'm the only one selected to represent the Houston metro area. Texas PACE has been broken ground last year by being the main advocate for passing and pushing for the House Bill 8 last year, which paved the way for new and innovative community college funding structures. I'm hoping to use the skills that I've gained working in the United Student Council and to continue assisting the community college system students on the state level. And for my last order of business, I just wanted to shine a light on some of the HCC students who are changing the meaning of what it means to be a community college student and what they're capable of. Last January, Ravi Brambart was recognized and celebrated by the Board of Trustees for his efforts on bringing not only one, but 2 HCC teams to the NAS-submitted competition, to the national level. I'm happy to announce that the ripple effect has been brought to the HCC student population. Now we have student-led teams like FireGuard drones organized by Southwest and online students who have been invited again by NASA MIDIC to represent us at the national level at the Johnson Space Center. Teams like Arctic Flow, which again are made up of online and Southwest students who have been accepted by VentureWell and will be flown out to Columbus, Ohio, and will receive guidance and training on turning their ideas into successful startups. As well as a team led by myself, MaxCap, who I was able to lead students from the Northwest, Southwest, online, as well as Central campuses, and I'm pleased to announce that we've been invited to attend TiCon in San Jose, California, where my fellow team leaders and I will have the unique opportunity of meeting industry leaders like Jensen Huang, the founder, president, and CEO of NVIDIA, who has just passed Google to become the third most profitable company in history. I know that HCC is a great place to prepare for tomorrow, and I think looking at these student leaders is important to think about the impact the students can make today. That concludes the United Student Council April report, Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, and Chancellor Ford Fisher. I thank you for your continued support, inspiring us to become greater leaders every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lucci, and congratulations. We're very proud of you. Sorry. Very good. Thank you. And now we will hear from Dr. Dejan Grigsby, our Faculty Senate President. Dr. Grigsby.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Chancellor, trustees, esteemed faculty and staff, and all community guests. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to spring. But I'd like to start off by telling you, Trustee Johnson, that you and your family are in our hearts. The season is changing, and spring is settling into true abundance. We're transitioning from a period of greening, heavy buds, and dripping trees to something more consistent, a full flourishing. Faculty are knee-deep into prepping students for the end of the semester. Finals are just around the corner. That, too, means ceremonies of significance. Our graduations, whether the vast text chase or regular spring walking ceremonies. I mentioned to you in January that our faculty were entering this spring semester rested, refreshed, renewed, and ready. Recharged and rededicated to support the success of HCC students along their paths. It worked. We have thousands of graduates eligible for the commencement. We faculty are happy and proud to be playing pivotal roles in the success and completion of our students, and our faculty role is fundamental to the institution's success under HB 8. However, as the Chancellor has said, we don't only educate our students to improve their stations because we must under the new funding formula. We do it because we can, and we are committed to the populations that we serve. So as we look forward to the end of the term, if you don't mind, let's also indulge in quick reflections. The annual Student Success Summit was held on April 5th at WHI. Faculty Senate requested an afternoon workshop session for instructional and student services to collaborate on student success initiatives and processes, which can only bolster enrollment, retention, and completion efforts across the system. The Faculty Senate and Staff Senate presidents served as co-chairs with Drs. Misha Turner and Marlon Anderson under the auspices of Dr. Betty Fortune. And our cup runneth over. We entertained a packed house, woven with parenting student panelists, foundation scholarships, and Primeway Credit Union giveaways. Thank you to all who collaborated and otherwise participated. So far this academic year, there have been 44 requests for professional development funds through the Faculty Senate to be funded through our Faculty Senate Bedichek-Orman grant process. These grants fund our adjuncts investing in their own professional enrichment. The opportunities include conference attendance, workshop participation, and membership in professional organizations, to name just a few. Everyone's participation in the annual Bedichek-Orman auction, or BOA, helps these adjuncts realize this professional development. So let me pause here and remind all of you and everyone that our Bedichek-Orman auction takes place every fall, and we are quite happy to receive you. So please plan to attend. Furthermore, the BOA event puts on display how our communities at large rally to support faculty. Bravo and thank you to everyone. Our faculty is also committed to helping each other. Our Miller-Alper Adjunct Emergency Fund has been quite active this year, as it is in every other. The Faculty Senate J.R. Miller-Alper Adjunct Emergency Fund has awarded 19 emergency grants so far this year, totaling faculty assistance in the amount of $11,590. Adjuncts may access these funds to assist them in meeting and surmounting some personal difficulty. But I'd also like to recognize some professional achievements of our faculty. Studio art adjunct faculty, Miss Adela Andia, was selected to be an artist for Male Wolf Houston. So you can go to the Houston Artists list under malewolf.com site and you can see her information and her participation. Southwest College Library Director, Ms. Keitha Robinson, presented Put the Power of Librarians Behind You for TCCTA's Faculty First Friday this month of April. Biology faculty, Dr. Gwendolyn Smith-Wiggum, was recipient of the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award for volunteerism. Our speech communications faculty, Dr. Brenda Washington, was recipient of the Heroic Community Visionary Award of Leadership from the Chi chapter of Eta Phi Beta Sorority. And you saw earlier, Ms. Cordelia Butler, recipient of the TALAE Award for Adult Education, Instructor of the Year. What I want to say is, wow, we faculty make HCC look good. But I remain tempered. So we can say toward the end of the term, we are working to reap what we have sown. Student completions, student success, increased collaborations across the system, and at the same time, a commitment to faculty enrichment and support. Chancellor, thank you for having met us where we are and where we work with your listening tours. We look forward to the continued conversations. So I'd like to conclude by just saying, ever onward, ever upward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, pardon me, thank you very much, Dr. Grigsby. Excellent report, excellent faculty. Onward and upward. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Staff Senate President, Mr. Aaron Henry, to the podium to present the Staff Senate report. Mr. Henry.
Good afternoon. Happy spring to everyone. Here is my report for the Staff Senate for April 17th to our board and to our Chancellor. I would first like to thank the administration for allowing me to participate in the AACC annual conference. It was a wonderful opportunity as it relates to the information that I received at that conference. We must be an innovative, forward-thinking institution is what I walked away from that conference, providing the opportunities for all of our communities here in Houston. We must focus on providing all of our opportunities through the credentials of value, all dual credit seeking students, continuing education, AEL, and more. We must respond to our need. As in my role, I wanted to remind the board that the staff are committed, and this administration. We're committed to providing the resources and support to all of our communities. Staff aren't using the Senate as a complaining focus group, but the meetings are around the issues that are pertinent to our institution. Their response is, how can we improve who we are and what we're doing? We want to make the difference in all of our communities. And so that is ever encouraging to me as the leader. I also participated with the Texas Pathways Institute, where the theme was the Talent Strong Pathways, Transitioning Learners with a focus on early success. The Staff Senate is actively involved in supporting the administration in an AI governance policy, as well as a standing committee and a council. And so that work is coming forth, as well as district-wide food service options and opportunities for all of our students, our faculty, and our staff. We're also engaged with Dr. Perez and Dr. Adil in the Student Services Reorganization while supporting enrollment challenges. The staff are eagerly excited about ways to provide support as it relates to the enrollment of our institution. As it relates to the duties of the Staff Senate, they are actively involved in the Constitution and the bylaws of the organization that will be presented to the administration in a few weeks per se. Some of the things that our staff are looking for supporting in as it relates to their roles is training. They're wanting to be trained to provide a much more response to their roles and role clarification, which is things that the administration has already responded to, and we're working to do so. The last thing that I wanted to share is as it relates to the staff compensation that has been brought forth. The staff are eagerly eagerly wanting to see the compensation study at its conclusion as it relates to the compensation. Staff are eager to see the compensation report upon completion for the board's consideration regarding staff compensation or pay increases. Historically, staff have not been a part of a shared governance structure here at the college, and thankfully this year that has changed with the overwhelming support from the administration and eagerly bringing the staff a part of the conversation. Such critical conversations, unfortunately, have left them out in the past. But I remember several years ago, even under, I believe it was Dr. Baskin, who was the Faculty Senate president at that time, he led an effort in which he, even though there was no staff senate, he led an effort in making sure that the staff received a pay response that was needed as it relates to the inflation at that time. So he pushed for staff to be equitably a part of the conversation, even though that he was not the representative of the staff. And so I believe that was 2018 where faculty and staff received an increase of the same amount. And so understanding the commitments the previous administration has made and where we are today, we would like for the board and the administration to consider that the inflation that everyone is affected by, not just one group of employees, but everyone is affected by that. So please consider the staff. Staff are on the front lines providing much needed support for the advancement of our institution in moving the mission of the college forward. Our staff are currently engaged in advising. They're engaged in enrolling our students, providing so many wraparound services for our students currently, processing and procurement in many of the administrative areas, and our staff should be supported in that way as well. And that concludes my response to you all this month. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Henry. Really do appreciate the work that you're doing as well. Excellent. And now, at this time, I would like to invite Dr. Norma Perez to the podium to highlight our student success, who was recognized earlier for the Credentials of Value. Dr. Perez.
Thank you, Chancellor, Madam Chair, and trustees. Well, you've met the two students. This month, our Credentials of Value go to a married couple who have become successful engineers after graduating from Houston Community College and UT Tyler. Dennis is a civil engineer, and his wife, Juliana, is a mechanical engineer. 5 years ago, these accomplishments were merely a pipe dream. They were both working in the restaurant business, where they needed to work long hours and on holidays. Their income did not exhibit the hard work they put into their jobs, so they went back to school. The couple attributed their success to Houston Community College and UT Tyler for making it financially possible to get their degrees and work in the fields that they now enjoy. They also appreciate the faculty and their fellow students for the camaraderie that supported their academic journey towards their Credentials of Value. Here is their story.
We were both working at a restaurant. He was my manager at the time, and we both kind of took our time through different types of restaurants and things like that. Over time, that got exhausting, being there very late on holidays and all of that. So that's when we decided to go back to school, and he found the ACES UT Tyler partnership, and so he selected civil engineering, and 2 years later, I did the mechanical engineering.
I chose to study engineering at HCC specifically due to its convenience. I lived right up the street, the prices were amazing, and it just aligned with what I was doing in my life already. So it just fit in very well.
I did the Associate of Science in Engineering Science with HCC, and then from then I went on to do the UT Tyler Bachelor in Science with Mechanical Engineering, and then when I graduated, perhaps a month later, I started working at Pepsi as a maintenance engineer. All the classrooms here are very small, so you get to have a very close relationship, not just with your peers, but also with your professors. Anytime I had a question, I could go straight up to their office. So I thought that was really great. And so as you kind of go through your program, you never feel like one of 300 people. it was a really close relationship with everybody around you.
So the instruction at HCC was beneficial in the long term. Difficult at first. You're being thrown into a new academic environment. It's not like studying at high school or your basic classes. Physics is intense, the calculus is intense. But at the end of it, you can realize, you start to see why it's so significant for the program. Because without it, you'll be lost.
When I graduated, I got a job at Pepsi as a maintenance engineer. I was there for about 2.5 years working on machinery overhauls, fixing machinery, working on them once a week and doing their maintenance. I was able to learn a lot about mechanical design, mechanical properties of materials here at UT Tyler as well as HCC, and so I was able to take that to my current job at Hunting as a project manager, as I really learned that I wanted to be a project manager while I was at Pepsi, and that's what I'm doing now in the oil and field sector.
Got my Bachelor's of Science in Civil Engineering from UT Tyler back in 2019. Graduated in May, and by the end of May, I was working with R.J. Miller Engineers just up the road in land development. I graduated magna cum laude. She graduated magna cum laude. I received the Civil Senior of the Year. She graduates as Senior of the Year. I passed my FE exam, which is the Fundamentals of Engineering exam necessary for an engineer. I studied all summer, passed it, flying colors. She passes without studying. That's my wife. So yeah, she's good at one-upping me.
The programs at HCC as well as UT Tyler, they were very intimate, very close with everybody around you, which also created a very competitive environment. So you were close with your peers and you wanted kind of to push each other to do better, which is something that I personally really enjoyed because I became very close with my peers, which then turned me into a student that I honestly didn't think I was going to be able to become. Like he mentioned, we both got the Student of the Year awards, which were extremely flattering to receive, and I never thought we'd be able to achieve what we have in that amount of time, so I'm extremely thankful for my time here.
Graduating from HCC and UT Tyler has propelled my life in a way that I wasn't expecting. I could only dream to accomplish what we have accomplished in a short period. Graduating in 2019, 5 years later, we have monetary goals that are far superior than what I ever thought we could accomplish together. And my favorite part of all of it is our student debt is less than a fraction of my peers. It's kind of just been the icing on the cake for all the hard work that we did.
You guys want to stand one more time, please? Thank you.
It's a great story.
It is a great story. Thank you very much, Dr. Perez, and to all of the presenters. Congratulations again to the couple and your careers. And I would also like to thank Dr. Hodges, president of the Northwest College, who has the Center of Excellence in Engineering. Thank you so very much for all of what you do and the members of your team. And then, of course, thank you to our Board of Trustees for giving us this opportunity, Madam Chair. This now concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the application for hearing 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens confirmed to speak before the board. Please note that item B22, proposed revisions to board bylaws, Article 8, Section 2, board expenditures, board account for community affairs, is pulled from the consent agenda and will be considered after closed session. Are there any other items to be pulled from the consent agenda to be set aside for discussion? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second? We're now ready to vote on the consent agenda.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Is there a motion? Oh, I'm sorry. It didn't come up. Okay, there it is. Is there a motion to approve item A, legal services, project number RFQ 24-01?
So moved.
Second. There a second? That's number 9. It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Members of the board, this item is presented to recommend approval of the internal audit department charter with no revisions to the current charter that was approved April 19th, 2023. With your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Mr. Corrigan to present the item.
Legal services. 9A.
Charter. I know it, the book is different from yours.
Book
Yeah.
is, yeah. Book is-
Very, very good. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Members of the board, with your permission, we are focusing on authorizing the Chancellor to negotiate and execute a contract with the highest-ranked firms as noted in the attached summary composite score sheet by category to provide legal services and support of the Office of General Counsel and in accordance with RFQ 24-01. With your permission, Madam Chair, I'll ask Mr. Atkin to present the report.
Thank you, Chancellor, Madam Chair, members of the board. We are competing legal services. As you can see in the write-up, there are 12 different areas of law that are included in this competition. The committee scored and rated the respondents, and any firm that scored a 70 or higher based on the evaluation criteria have been included for recommendation into the pool of legal firms that HCC would be using in the future for contracted legal services. With that, I will take any questions.
Are there any questions? Trustee Wilson?
Back when the issue with the leasing of the Coleman Building and the 3 stories, and I would like to know who the attorney was and what the firm was that handled that for us.
I'd like to invite Nicole Montgomery up.
Good evening, trustees. Trustee Wilson, that firm was Thompson and Horton.
That's how I remember it also. And under 3, real estate and construction services, I would like to make an amendment motion to delete Thompson and Horton from real estate and construction services.
I'll second. I was waiting for board counsel, but there's a motion on the floor, so I think.
It was a motion to amend. I do want to see, and I don't know if procurement counsel is present to provide some guidance on the issue, or if we need to go into closed session for legal advice. I don't feel comfortable advising on the issue given the firm involved.
We do have procurement counsel here. However, the particular council is part of the pool. So just to be clear, trustees, when this item is approved, it becomes a pool for the legal department to then, as matters come up, we'll be able to determine who is the best qualified for each particular matter.
Yes, I understand that. And do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
I don't want them in the pool. They gave us bad advice on this. They cost us money. And I don't want them in the pool on real estate and construction services.
I do recommend that we would discuss it in closed session for legal advice.
That's what I was.
So is it
Recommend.
appropriate, Madam Chair, that we delay this item for consideration later after we get through the rest of the items and just suspend it and pull it back?
Yes, and since the item's already been introduced and discussions has begun on the item, the appropriate motion under Robert's rule would be to lay the item on the table. So we would need a motion to lay the item on the table, a second, and a vote on that motion, and then we can take it from the table after the closed session discussion.
I move that we lay the item to the table till the conclusion of closed session of the Board of Trustees.
Second.
It has been moved and second. So now we'll vote.
Yes, and we're voting on the motion to lay the item on the table, Sharon.
Right.
One second.
Madam Chair, may I speak to that motion? I don't think we need to talk about this in closed session. This is public monies. This is something that the public should be aware of. And it's pretty simple, to me, of disqualifying that contractor from that pool.
Trustee Wilson, I think the intent was just to allow us to receive any further legal advice about contemplating what the options are. So if you would indulge and allow us that chance to properly get legal advice, obviously we'll have a chance to discuss it subsequently out in front of the public.
Chancellor, you have something to say?
Well, I think it's really very important as well that we discuss in closed session, and the board will be able to opine on that, if you don't mind. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, we are.
Yes.
Might be some other ones that we want to discuss in closed session that are listed here as well, so I'm interested in that too.
I think we should take it to closed session. We'll discuss it in closed session. Okay, so now we need to vote.
The motion is to lay the item on the table until after closed session.
Correct.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6 in favor, 1 opposing, 1 abstaining.
Okay. Finished?
I'm
Any other
finished with that one.
Any questions? Okay, we're finished with that. Is there, excuse me?
Is there a motion to approve item B, window and glass cleaning services, project number RFP 24-22?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I move that we consider items B, C, D, and E simultaneously without objection? Or
So Trustee Chapman, you're requesting unanimous consent to consider all 4 items, B, C, D, and E?
Indeed.
And E. No, not F. That's personnel. Is there anybody, anyone object to that? Trustee Wilson?
I just soon vote on them one at a time. That's my preference, but
Okay.
I'm probably going to vote for all 3 of them, but I'd just soon do it one at a time.
Okay, okay.
Then move item B.
Second.
It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item requests the board's approval to authorize the Chancellor to execute a contract with Fish Window Cleaning to provide window and glass cleaning services in accordance with RFP 24-22. With your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Jacob Atkin to present the report. Mr. Atkin.
With this particular competition, we use the request for proposal process to solicit solicitations for window and glass cleaning services across the district. We have selected Fish Window Cleaning with an annual cost of $221,000 to provide all window and glass cleaning services for the district.
Are there any questions? Trustee Wilson?
This is across the district. Does this include this building also?
It does.
Okay, and that's all the buildings, and is it once a year or once a month, or?
I will have to respond to that in a TI in terms of the frequency of cleaning, but it's more often than once a year.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right.
Is it, excuse me, is it just one company that will be doing all this, the one that we vote, that will be the only one? Only because it was just, what is it, 4/10 close? They were both at 60. And so I have a concern that being so close.
So in this particular process, we evaluated their qualifications and ability to meet the services and then awarded it based on total price. You'll notice that Fish Window Cleaning was by far the least expensive vendor within the pool, which is why they were selected.
Mr. Atkin, just by way of clarification, I do not believe we have that information, so just so that you're aware.
Price.
Specifically about what the price proposal was for the respondents. Just want you to know that.
Okay.
Are there any additional questions?
I have a question. So while they're cleaning and they're cleaning the windows and some kind of water or something hits somebody walking by, are we indemnified or are we covering that in the process that they're doing their work?
What is our
Right.
liability?
So I would defer to General Counsel following the completion of the contract with these vendors. In general, we seek indemnification for the work and services provided by outside vendors. And my assumption is we would pursue the same liability protection with this vendor as we do with all of our vendors that provide services on campus.
Okay.
Any additional questions? Okay. There are no additional questions. We will now vote on this item.
Voting has concluded. The item passed with a vote of 8-0.
Is there a motion to approve item C, elevator modernization and repair at 3100 Main, project number IFB 24-26?
Moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, trustees. This item is presented to authorize the Chancellor to execute a contract with Nouveau Elevator, the lowest responsible bidder meeting specifications to provide elevator modernization and repair for the elevators located at 3100 Main in accordance with IFB 24-26. With your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Mr. Atkins to come to the podium to present this item. Mr. Atkins.
The contract with Nouveau Elevator will address issues with 4 of the 8 elevators located here at 3100 Main. The total cost is $1.2 million. This is a deferred maintenance issue and will be paid out of the deferred maintenance fund for the institution. And this particular vendor does not qualify as a small business vendor. With that, I'll take any questions.
Trustee Cheban?
Yeah, it's not a question on this specifically, but kind of broadly on the deferred maintenance topic. Is this the largest kind of responsible scope that we can bid this type of work out? I would assume that there are elevator repairs beyond just these 4 in this building, and bidding a larger scope potentially could get us a better unit price. I'm just curious what the strategy is for going with this size scope versus a larger one.
So, considering the amount of money that we have approved for deferred maintenance in the past, we try to address the issues in order of importance and criticality. And so to do a larger scope that applies to all of the buildings within the district, frankly, the cost would exceed what we have budgeted for deferred maintenance, which is why it's limited to these 4 elevators in this building.
Trustee Wilson?
Is the modernization, are you going to have the new keypads on the doors that you have to have a badge to use the elevator, or what kind of modernization are we doing? Are we replacing motors, or?
This is to, this will not add the new functionality that you're referring to. This is to ensure that the elevators are in proper working condition and meet all safety standards required as in terms of strictly a maintenance improvement to the building.
The college doesn't have a maintenance contract with somebody on our elevators and all of our facilities?
I would need to check with facilities and respond back to that at a later time.
Of maintenance contracts, yes.
This goes.
Ms. Bangeras would be able to come up and also provide the support in response to this item.
Hello, good evening. Yes, we do have a maintenance contract. This is for end of useful life replacement on key parts and components within the system here at 3100.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. It's replacement of 2.
So we're replacing items that are at the end of useful life. So it's outside of the standard maintenance contract, and therefore the cost is beyond what's in the standard maintenance contract. So that's why it went out for RFP.
Good. That's what this board needs to know before we just vote on something. Thank you for the clarification. And is a possibility there's going to be a motor replacements?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so we're doing a few each year. As Jacob mentioned, we've got set amount for deferred maintenance, so we're selecting those that are most critical in need of repair or replacement.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, thank you for that explanation, because elevation modernization is pretty misleading. It was misleading, so thanks for explaining. Any other questions on that item? Okay, thank you. We'll now vote on the item.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Is there a motion to approve item D, East Side Campus Parking Garage Repair, project number IFB 24-17?
So moved.
Is there a second? It has been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Trustees. This item on East Side Campus Parking Garage Repairs is presented to request the board's approval for the chancellor to execute a contract with Resticon Corporation, the lowest responsible bidder meeting specifications, to provide East Side Campus Parking Garage repairs in accordance with IFB 2417. With your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Mr. Atkin to come to the podium to present the item. Mr. Atkin.
We are proposing to award the contract to Resticon Corporation for a total of $122,000. This is to make immediate and critical repairs to the facility, particularly as it relates to the overhead concrete spalls that are cracking and starting to fall within the parking structure. This is also a deferred maintenance item and will be paid for out of the deferred maintenance fund. With that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Trustee Wilson?
When was that parking garage built? That was before the 2012 bonds, was it not?
It was, I think it was. Absolutely, it was. Mr. Hines, you remember?
That was in the, I believe, the CIP that was before that, back in 2009, I believe it was.
Mm-hmm. It was before.
There's I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Go ahead. I thought you were finished.
There's a pretty good spread between number one and number two. In my business, when I see something like that, it kind of raises an eyebrow, and I do a double and a triple look at the contractor to make sure he can perform.
We do our due diligence to the best of our ability. When we do invitation for bid, we are required to take the lowest responding bidder. And so, like with many of our other bids where we take lowest responsive bidder, at times that has caused problems for us.
That's, Madam Chair.
Yes.
You know, I'm all for lowest bidder. Don't get me wrong. I'm all for the low bidder. But sometimes when I see something like that, I want to go back to the low bidder and ask him if he saw this in the contract, and if he's got money for all these things in there, and to satisfy myself that he's has a good handle on what the scope of work is, and that he can handle that scope. You know, I'm not at all suggesting going to number two. I just want to make sure this company can perform.
So procurement does verify with the vendor that they can meet all of the specifications laid out in the quote. To the best of our ability and within the bounds of procurement statutes, we try to protect our interests as much as possible.
My question relates to the administration. This will be the third item that we've considered that had a small business participation goal that has not been met or even come remotely close to it. I know that we have, we're going to get an update about the disparity study, but I think it's a clear demonstration. If we can't if small businesses in Houston cannot clean windows, if they can't assist with repair of garages, if they cannot assist with, I mean, there's an 11% participation in modernization of the elevators, which is great, but it's just a clear demonstration of why the disparity study is warranted, to really think through and delve into why we're not really, we're not meeting the goal, the empirical data would suggest, but two, what's the real disparity out there. So I just want to re-emphasize that to my colleagues and to the administration.
Yes. Thank you very, very much. I, of course, would like to indicate that there will be, as you mentioned, Trustee Davies, a discussion about the disparity study in closed session. One of the things that we attempt to do in all instances is to follow the policy, and I'm unable to delve into the depths of what happened within the scoring as long as the criteria are met and the policy is adhered to, then I have to abide by that. And so I think once we go into closed session and there is discussion about the disparity study, then we'll be able to get greater clarification on this. But I think that there will be information that will be shared with the representatives who will be coming in, who will also discuss that with us and how we can proceed. Thank you very much.
Any additional questions or comments on this item? Trustee Laredo.
You said that it was built in 2009, or that's when it was opened or completed? Was it 2009?
I believe so.
That's what.
So therefore, what would be so we're probably out of warranty, or, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So, but you said that you were having parts falling?
So part of the concrete ceiling is flaking off and falling down into the parking structure. This is an effort to fix and address that problem.
A lot of vibration going on in that garage. So I'm just curious if this person with this amount of money is going to be able to, it's going to be like a patch job?
It's a repair.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Trustee Wilson, then Chancellor.
It's not structural damage, it's just superficial flaking and
It's cosmetic,
cosmetic, okay.
just the very outside edge of the concrete.
And I might add, thank you very much, Madam Chair, that at the retreat, there will be a discussion further about deferred maintenance and the status of facilities, garages, et cetera, as well. And so we want to provide you with all of the details on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions? Okay. Thanks again. We will now vote on item D.
Voting has concluded. The item passed with a vote 7 in favor, 1 abstaining.
Is there a motion to approve item E, HVAC air handler unit replacements at Spring Branch Campus Phase 2, project number IFB 24-21?
So moved.
Is there a second? It has been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is, as you indicated, a request to authorize the Chancellor to execute a contract with HTX Industries, LLC, the lowest responsible bidder, meeting specifications for replacement of the HVAC air handler units at Spring Branch Campus in accordance with IFB 2421. With your permission, Madam Chair, I request that Mr. Atkin present the item. Thank you.
Thank you. We propose to award HTX Industries LLC with the contract for $437,000. This is actually the second part of a phased approach to repairing the air handlers at Spring Branch. In phase 1, we were able to replace 9 of the units. Under this contract, we will remove 3 older units, replace them with 2 higher efficiency units, and then as part of the contract, integrate that into our heating and air conditioning system at Spring. This was conducted on a IFB HTX was the lowest responsive bidder. They are outsourcing a portion of the contract, so they have a 38.4% small business participation, and this is part of our deferred maintenance spend for FY24. With that, I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions, trustees? Trustee Wilson?
Since you're going from 3 air handlers to 2, are you going to have to reduct those areas? And how many square feet does this cover? That
Mr. Hines?
Do you,
I don't think anyone can answer that question for this meeting.
we can respond to that in a TI if you'd like, Trustee Wilson.
And I'd like to hear from Mr. Hines as well, if you don't mind.
What I was saying is that you would need, trustee, a set of plans that looks in front of the people that were bidding this. I don't think Jacob has that with him today. We'd have to dig deeper into that.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
He was saying that it would be included in the structural plans, and that was not included in the packet today. And so if you would permit us to get that to you in the information report, then that would be great.
Sure.
Thank you so very much.
Any additional questions?
Yeah. I want to commend the administration for achieving 38% small business participation goal, and thank you to HCX Industries. It's a clear demonstration that it is possible. And when you have companies who understand that we take that seriously, they will react accordingly. So kudos to the administration. Thanks to HCX and 3G Controls.
Okay. Any additional questions? If not, voting is now open. Thank you.
Voting has concluded. The item passed with a vote of 8-0.
There a motion to approve item F, personnel agenda, i.e. faculty? Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, trustees. This item is a request to the board to consider approving the personnel agenda for April 2024. With your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Dr. Izzy Anderson to the podium to present. Dr. Anderson.
Madam Chair, trustees, Chancellor, the item before you is for 2 faculty members, both of which are moving internally. One is going back to a faculty position, having served as a program director, and the other one is a part-time faculty member going into a full-time position. For your review and approval, please.
Questions? Trustees? No questions? Thank you. If there are no questions, we will now vote on item F. Okay, mine didn't come up. Oh, there it is. It's a yes for me, Sharon.
Okay,
Just
received.
popped up. Okay.
The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Madam Chair, I had a question, but I guess the vote has happened. But what we have, the personnel that we have on the appendix, it's, I know it says no action required, but I wanted to welcome those that are coming in and thank those that are leaving. Quite a bit of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Laredo. Any other comments? If not, we will move. Is there a motion to approve item G, Nancy Dillon, its greenhouse recognition for remuneration? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a request of the board to approve naming of the Nancy Dillon It's Greenhouse at the HCC Katy campus. With your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Dr. Hodges to come to the podium and Ms. Schmidt to present the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Linton Gary, trustees, and Chancellor. I'm honored to present to you today the proposed naming or remuneration in honor of Nancy Dillon Itz in recognition for a gift by her family. The proposed naming is for the Nancy Dillon Itz Greenhouse located at the HCC campus, Katy campus. As you see here, the greenhouse site is located behind the Katy main campus building, and we're proposing that once it's constructed, the signage for the naming will be on the front of the greenhouse building. Here you see a rendering of the greenhouse being constructed. The greenhouse is an educational greenhouse that will meet the needs of our students as we grow this program to meet the needs of the new agriculture, horticulture, and environmental studies program. This is a growing industry with strong jobs growth projected and will really meet a need for the community. And we are the only agriculture program in Harris County. So when you think about agriculture, horticulture, and environmental studies, that's a powerful program. In June 2022, the board approved the naming of the Warren Bernard Itz Agriculture, Horticulture, and Environmental Studies Center in recognition of a separate endowment gift of $250,000. In the last 2 years, our program has established itself, built an advisory board with strong industry support, launched a TNLA certification, and several community workshops, and been awarded major grants from the USDA to support program growth, and established pathways for our students to pursue a four-year program with Texas State and Sam Houston State University. The educational greenhouse will be a key component and laboratory as we grow and expand. The total amount needed for the construction of the greenhouse is a maximum of $355,000. The Itz family has generously made a donation of $365,000 to the HCC Foundation to fully cover the cost of construction for the greenhouse. In recognition of the strong support by the Itz family, we recommend that the board approve the naming of the new greenhouse, the Nancy Dillon Itz Greenhouse. Nancy Dillon Itz was born in October 30th, 1922 in Kansas City, Missouri. She had one brother who died at the age of 6. Her parents moved the family to San Antonio in 1929, and in the following years, her father left the finance and insurance business to begin ranching in Catarina, Texas. Nancy was a graduate of St. Mary's Hall in San Antonio, Stevens College, and the University of Texas, Austin, where she was a member of Kappa Alpha Theta. During World War II, she worked as an American Red Cross volunteer in the therapeutic section of the burn unit at Brooke General Hospital, Fort Sam Houston. After the war, she married Warren Bernard Itz, and they had 2 sons, David and Harrison, as well as grandchildren and great-grandchildren. They lived in San Antonio, Austin, and in Hollister and Gilroy in California before becoming to Houston. Nancy was an active member of the First Presbyterian Church in San Antonio and later the First Presbyterian Church in Houston. She enjoyed teaching Sunday school and was an active Bible moderator. In later years, Nancy enjoyed being an amateur artist, working in pastels, watercolors, and pottery. She also loved her backyard garden, where she grew beautiful flowers in all seasons and tolerated her husband's vegetables. Nancy passed away in Houston on May 9th, 2007, was buried in San Antonio. The installation costs for the signage are covered by the donation. The gift fully pays for construction of the greenhouse. The maintenance costs are covered by the HCC Northwest budget. The agreements are listed on the slide before you. Again, I want to thank David and Juliet and the family for this generous gift. If the board has any questions, I'd be happy to entertain.
Questions?
I have a comment.
Is David or Julia here today?
I'm sorry, what?
Is David here?
No, he's not here. He couldn't be here tonight, but that's it.
Trustee Laredo.
I think that this is great because the community has been letting us know how unhappy they were when we moved and that we had to close that other greenhouse. You had a very successful program out there in the Northwest, Katie. So I think this is really great and it's beautiful. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hodges, so much for making this happen, and thank you to the Greenhouse family.
I really like this because we moved away from horticulture and animal husbandry and vet tech for a very long time. So coming full circle is really good. I wanted to know if there are any credentials of value, since this is supposed to be one of the fastest growing industries now. Will we have credentials of value for this, where the state is reimbursing?
Yes, we're just getting started. One is our partnership for an academy with Sam Houston State University that will produce students that will be jointly enrolled with Sam Houston in agriculture. 95% of or 85% of the ag teachers in Harris County graduated from Sam Houston, so that's going to be a good market. So we propose to expand this into dual credit as well. And so there's 2 or 3 from an academic perspective. And then I think there's a number of certificate programs that we can offer, including the state certification we're offering now.
Trustee Wilson.
I would like to express my gratitude to the Itz family for that donation. That's a sizable donation. It's going to have a very positive impact on a lot of students, and I appreciate them stepping forward and making that donation.
Thank you. Okay, voting is now open.
Aaron, my thing didn't pop up, but I'm a yes.
Received. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
All right.
Is there a motion to approve item H, approve resolution supporting Community College Month? Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This item is presented to recommend approval of a resolution supporting Community College Month. With the board's consideration and approval, the administration will then move forward with initiatives and activities for the duration of April to show and demonstrate why community colleges matter. With your permission, Madam Chair, I defer to the board.
Are there any questions about this? Okay, no questions. We will vote on this item.
Who's going to vote against that?
I wish. That's what I'm saying. I was wondering
Voting
who
has
would have
concluded. The item passed with a vote of 8-0.
Right. We will move to item I, HCC Foundation Quarterly Report. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Trustees. The HCC Foundation Quarterly Report provides an update on student scholarships and overall student support. With your permission, Madam Chair, I request that Ms. Karen Schmidt present the item. Ms. Schmidt.
Thank you very much, Board Chair Linton Gary, trustees, and Chancellor Ford Fisher. We are looking forward to seeing all of you at the HCC Foundation Gala on Saturday night. We know that it is going to be a memorable evening. The Hilton Americas Ballroom will be full, and this is with special gratitude to Chancellor Ford Fisher for her leadership and support of the HCC Foundation Gala, which in my tenure has been unprecedented. So I want to say a very special thank you to Dr. Ford Fisher for her support for the gala. I also want to be able to thank many of our college presidents and vice chancellors will be in the room with sponsored tables with community leaders for outreach and for fundraising, and we are just so excited for this particular gala that we will be working in partnership with HCC to be able to have an event that is not only fundraising but outreach, and that there will be so many HCC leadership in the room, and we are just grateful and profoundly grateful. We are also grateful to each one of our affinity groups have a sponsored table, both the Hispanic Scholarship Committee and the Black History Committee, thank you, will be having a sponsored table there, and we're just very, very excited to be able to see all of you there. And of course, the Board of Trustees, you all will have your table at the HCC Gala. So it's going to be a fun and memorable evening, and drink up and bid a lot and donate a lot, because it's all for HCC student success. Just remember, how many students do you want to be able to help Saturday night? That's the seed that I'm planting for you all to be able to take forward. HCC's Invest in Houston's Future campaign, as you all know, we achieved jointly in partnership the $20 million goal 16 months ahead of schedule. So the HCC Foundation Board, in partnership with HCC, not to sit back on our laurels, has extended HCC's Invest in Houston's Future to fiscal year 28. It's now HCC Invest in Houston's Future 2, with an incremental $30 million goal by the end of fiscal year 28, which is $6 million a year. And I'm pleased to be able to share that we are, as of this report, well on our way to achieving our $6 million for this year. Our financial results frankly, that is because of teamwork, philanthropic support in a community college. And for the work that we do, it's all about teamwork for all of the people that are in this room. It takes teamwork to be able to make what I'm sharing happen. And I'm just so proud and honored to be a part of the Houston Community College philanthropic support team. Yes, our results show a track record of growth, and I love being able to share numbers, as you all know, but each one of those numbers represents the difference that we're making in the lives of our students and in the lives of their families and in the Houston economy. Our quarterly report of financial data is as of December 31, 2023, which is for the first third of our fiscal year, and that's within the report. And for every dollar that HCC has invested in the HCC Foundation, so far in this fiscal year, we are returning nearly $5 back to HCC. So for every dollar that you've been gracious to share with us, it's been $4.77 that have come back to you. I'm happy to answer any questions about the details within the report, and I respectfully submit the HCC Foundation's quarterly report and would love to be able to say thank you on behalf of all the HCC students who benefit.
Questions?
Who benefit.
No questions, but,
When- Is it permissible to bring your checkbook, credit cards, or debit card Saturday night?
You can bring all three. We welcome all three, absolutely all three. Would absolutely welcome all three to be there. And for those of you who have just come off of the AI conference, there is QR codes that are going to be throughout the room so that you can be able to use QR codes to be able to do your donation. And the hand bid app that allows you to preview the silent auction items will be available by Friday so that you can begin to start, I would say, salivating over some of the things that you might want to bid on at the gala. So bid early, bid lots, and bid often, and I hope you get what it is that you bid for, because it's all for HCC student success. Thank you very, very much on behalf of HCC students.
thank Items B. Excuse me. We will move to item J, Report on Capital Improvement Program. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item presents the Capital Improvement Plan update. With your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Samantha Mangeras and Fernando Tegesit to present the report. Ms. Mangeras, please.
Thank you. As mentioned, Fernando will be presenting this month's report as I've just returned from medical leave.
Good evening. How are you doing this evening? Before you is the Capital Improvement Project report, and basically outlines all of the projects that we're working through currently in the Facilities Department. The signage project currently is proceeding well. We do have one sign that is not completed at Missouri City. That one currently is in permitting, and it was held back because of some permitting problems that we had with the city because of the size. Building top signage is going well. We are almost to the construction portion. The contract has been awarded, and we're looking forward to seeing a lot of those signs up throughout the different campuses in the system. And for the building phase 2.0, North Forest Collaboratorium, Central, I'm sorry, let me get to the right slide. My apologies. For the 2013 CIP project, we have the North Forest Collaboratorium. That project is set to be kicked off once it's out of design. We will bid it out for procurement. The Central Culinary Shell build-out is almost completed. We're waiting on some final punch items, and then have begun on the Katy Irrigation and Greenhouse project that you've been hearing about this evening. Southeast Retail Demolition, we are currently awarding that contract and looking at some other options. So as we're kind of moving forward, we're exploring every opportunity with that center before we make any decision. Southwest View Corridor goes along with the retail center as far as what the final determination is going to be and how we will move forward. So once we have final determination on the retail center, we will know what the corridor is going to actually look like. And then on the white box construction for food service, we're moving well. We have a couple of campuses that we've had some change orders and some plumbing issues that have kept us from completing those, but we are in line to complete those hopefully by the end of this month. West Loop Student Services is progressing well. That is a HERF project that was funded by HERF dollars, and we are on target to complete that one on track and on budget. Online relocation for the online college was successful. Those folks have moved into that space and are enjoying their new digs. So if you haven't had an opportunity to go by the 9th floor, please visit them. I know that they'll be proud to show off that space. And then we're working through some other relocations for this 3100 building for space utilization and working through some testing. The main testing center here on the 3100 main campus, that testing center design is currently in pricing, and we will be bringing it to the board for your approval. For a system and security, safety and security program, you'll be hearing a little bit more about that in closed session. We have the manual access control that we're going to be speaking on, and that's going to be to include changing out the door hardware in all of the public spaces to make them lockable and increase the security for our students and staff in those spaces. And then the access control project, we are almost out of design. You'll be hearing about that one coming to you as well, which will help us to update a lot of our infrastructure to allow for enhanced access control. We were talking about the badge access on the elevators. Trustee Wilson had a question about that. The access control project will allow us to make those improvements to the system once we have that backbone in place. Panic dress, PA system, and lighting, all those are in the works. The lighting project has been ongoing ever since we got the report. And then the panic and dress and the PA systems are ones that we're going to be they're currently in design, where we're probably going to be looking at those in the 2025 fiscal year. And Code Blue and the main parking garage. Code Blue is going to be another initiative that is going to be a system-wide initiative. So that will be coming to you in 2025. And then 3200 main parking system control is looking at 3200 parking garage, and will improve our ability to utilize that space both for building occupants in 3100 and tenants, as well as looking at if we can use that as a paid parking garage. Any questions?
Any questions?
Yes, great presentation. Thank you. Ms. Manjares, when did we complete the last facilities assessment?
It was completed in 2019.
Okay. Is there a way for trustees to obtain a copy of what that unveiled?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I would like a copy of that, and I presume
send
other
to all
colleagues
of
might
us.
want that.
Sure, absolutely.
Trustee Vanderbilt Stoller.
So we're saying all of these pylon, monument, and building top signs are all going to be completed this year?
The timeline for completion is probably going to be about 6 to 9 months, depending on when they're started. So they're going to be completed in 24, possibly going into 25. And the only reason I say that is our previous experience is that with our contractors, usually we have some hardships in coordination. But yes, they will be awarded this year with about a 12 to 18 month completion date.
But we had not awarded these? They had not been awarded. Okay. So, and we
For phase three,
started.
I'm sorry.
And with the others that we started, how long did it take for those to be completed?
For the pylon signs that we're currently working on, that one we're still working on. So it was awarded and it's been, I'm going to have to check to see what the total timeline was for that. I believe we're over 12.
Roughly 2 years.
Yeah. Correct.
What is it?
Roughly 2 years.
That's what I thought, 18 months to 2 years. That's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, just Chancellor, at risk of sounding smarter than I am, does it come with a user guide, the facilities assessment? In other words, is there personnel that could be made available to help navigate that document?
Certainly, absolutely. We do have the personnel that can help with that.
Okay,
And I made a note to move forward on that as well.
thank you.
Sure.
Yes.
I remember Paige doing an assessment of the campuses in '22, right?
That was the facilities master plan?
Yes, the
Yes.
master plan. And was that in conjunction with the facilities plan, or did that piggyback off of it, or was it a separate?
It's sort of a pivot on that. You know, we have the space utilization study that shows us what we're using, and then we have the condition assessment that shows us what deferred maintenance to address, and then we have the master plan that helps us align our college strategy with our facilities to align.
Okay. Chancellor.
Yeah, I just wanted to add as well that that's one of the areas that Mr. Hines is working on as well, the capital asset management, and working with the COOs at the campuses to review all of our campuses to determine the space utilization, to get an update on the space utilization study, as well as the condition of our facilities, so that we can have that report to share with the board. May I also add, Madam Chair, members of the board, that I do want to compliment Mr. Hines for the support that he gave to Dr. Swindle and me as we were working on the online college. And what you will see on Friday, you, I think, will be very impressed by, primarily because this is going to allow us to work much more closely with business and industry to bring those industry leaders in. They can lease our space. We will have seminars. We will provide them with updates of our programs that we can offer face-to-face and online. And one of the things that we want to do is to use that also as a revenue-generating facility. So we would be able to lease out the spaces. They are very, very nice, equivalent to what you will see in many of the Fortune 500 companies. But at the same time, we are looking to establish a certified testing center there that will assist us then in working with all of the various agencies and companies that would require to have the specialized testing. It would also be available for our students here in the specialized programs, such as in the truck driving program, in the nursing program, et cetera. So that was the plan, and that's what we are excited about your seeing. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Okay, well, let's, thank you. Now, items B22, K, L, and M will be considered after the closed session. Do you want to have them wait until we release? Huh?
All of the administrators, you may be released to call it a day. Thank you so very, very much for your attendance. Thank you.
The board will now adjourn to a closed or executive session under the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and/or 551.076 of the Open Meetings Act, as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final action, vote, or decision be required, the meeting is still going on. Please be quiet. The meeting is still in session. Should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board or any matter considered in closed session, such final action, vote,
or decision shall be taken up in the open meeting or a subsequent public meeting of the board upon notice thereof. The meeting is hereby adjourned to executive session at,
6:03 PM.
for those trustees joining closed session by video conference, please be reminded, she's gone, to disconnect from the open session portion of the meeting and join closed session with the WebEx link provided for the closed session. open portion of the regular meeting is reconvened at
9:11 p.m.
Okay. Item 20, excuse me, B22. We gotta do B20 first. That's just, okay, that was right. Okay, yes, okay, B22. Proposed revisions to board bylaws, Article H, Section 2, Board Expenditures, Board Account for Community Affairs. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second.
Okay.
There's no discussion, correct?
Excuse me, can I get the second? Who? Okay, let me see.
Stephen?
And I think
Oh,
trustee
item
Reichart
22.
is waiting to be let in. I didn't know if,
Too many books. That's what I said, too many books. It's just about the bucket.
Okay, good.
Then we go.
James got to bring it back up.
Okay. Very good.
Are there any questions, trustees? No questions, so we're ready to vote. Oh.
Trustee, okay. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Is there a motion regarding item K, review of level 4 complaint? Employee 1.
I'd like to move to affirm the level 3 decision.
Second.
It has been moved in second. Is there any discussion on the item? If there's no discussion, we will now vote on item K.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Is there a motion to approve item L, consider options and potential action included but not limited to authorizing the chancellor to pay attorney's fees awarded in Halls Group PLLC at L versus Houston Community College, cause number 2020-3138 in the 334th Judicial District, Harris County District Court. Is there a motion?
I make a motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved in second. Is there any discussion? Okay, there's no discussion on this item. We will now vote on item L.
Trustee Reichart, we are on item L, received. The motion passed with a vote of 5-3.
Is there a motion to approve item M? Approve? Okay. Is there a motion to approve item M, approve proposed separation and release agreement with general counsel?
So moved.
Is there a second?
It has been moved and second. Is there any discussion? There's no discussion. We will now vote on.
Ms. Anderson.
Oh, Izzy.
Madam Chair, trustees, Section 180.007 of the Texas Local Government Code requires that the board conduct a public hearing when a current or former employee is offered a payment that exceeds the amount owed under the employee's contract of employment. That statute requires that the following statements be made in an open meeting. A payment in excess of the amount owed under the contract is being offered to the employee as consideration for the employee's agreement to release all claims against the college in connection with his employment and to prevent the college from incurring additional legal expenses. And the amount of the payment is $34,332.48, which will be taken from operating funds and will be paid via a lump sum payment via direct deposit upon execution of an agreement releasing all potential claims against the college relating to the employee's employment.
Any questions? Okay, no questions. We will vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6 in favor, 2 abstaining.
So, Madam Chair, as a reminder, we have the one item that we laid on the table, so we'll need a motion to take that item from the table. Correct.
Madam Chair, I move that we take item A from the table.
And now we'll need to vote on that motion, Sharon.
Now it's back open for discussion.
But we have to vote on that first.
Now we vote for this.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Okay, and so we went into closed session. We had a motion for an amendment and a second on the table. And so if we'd like to proceed with those, we'll need to discuss and vote. If we'd like to withdraw those and make a different motion, we would need to do that now. So we would need the person who made the second to withdraw the second, and then the person who made the motion to withdraw the motion. Sharon, do you know who made the second?
I have trustee
I did.
Vanable
Okay.
Stallworth. The original motion was by trustee Cheven and Dr. Vanable Stallworth.
That was the
second.
motion to lay on the table.
No, that was the motion to, on the original motion on the item.
We're talking about the motion to amend. I think trustee Wilson made a motion to amend.
We did not get a second on that.
Trustee Davies.
Okay.
Davis? Okay. I didn't get that full amendment, so I'll need to put that amendment in.
And so that, are you asking for the language for that amendment, Sharon?
I have a motion to amend the item to remove real estate and construction.
I think the original motion was to remove the top firm on the real estate and construction item. Is that correct, trustee Wilson? I don't want to put words in your mouth. Okay. And then trustee Davies seconded.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what we're doing. We got to withdraw those first. So now if we want to move forward with a different motion, we'll need to withdraw the second first.
Well, you have to withdraw the second
You have
first,
to
not the motion
you have
first?
to withdraw the second first. So just in reverse order. No, trustee Davies needs to withdraw his second, and then trustee Wilson will withdraw his motion.
What happens if I don't withdraw my second?
Then we have to vote on that amendment.
I'll withdraw my second to Trustee Wilson's motion.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, so now we have the item as it was posted. Is there any discussion or other amendment to that item?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to, is this in 2 or 1?
I believe the intention was to vote separately, to separate the pools.
So I would like to make a motion to vote for 1 through, 9 without number 2 in it. Or,
Nicole, do you?
what was it?
Yeah, so
Just separating,
as I
take it
understand,
out.
the intention was a motion to amend this item so that there will be 2 votes taken. 1 vote taken on the real estate and construction legal services pool, and a second vote taken on the remainder of the legal services.
Correct, Counselor.
Second.
Okay, give Sharon a minute to get the
Which motion?
amendment.
was first?
We can't have meetings this long because, see, everybody's brain
So
dead.
right now, the motion is to amend the legal services procurement item to conduct 2 separate votes. The first vote will be on real estate and construction, and the second vote will be on the remainder of the legal services.
I was asking. Okay.
Yes.
For clarification, I have a motion to amend the item to vote on the real estate and construction pool separately, and the second vote on the remaining pool.
Correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
And then trustee Cheban seconded that motion.
Received.
So now we have a vote on the amendment. And then we will have, once we vote on the amendment, then we'll conduct, yeah,
Then we'll vote on the 2.
correct.
We're voting on the amendment.
If the amendment, yeah, let's just do that first.
Separate.
Voting has concluded. The item passed with a vote of 7 in favor and 1 abstaining.
Okay, so now in order to vote on the item as amended, there will be 2 votes. I think Sharon's probably going to need some time to put this in. The first vote will be on the proposed legal services pool for real estate and construction.
Is there a reason that has to be the first vote? Why not the balance?
It doesn't, I was just following the order of the amendment.
So we're voting on the real estate and construction first?
I believe that's how the amendment was made.
That was made.
Motion to approve the proposed legal services for real estate and construction pool.
Correct.
And I need a motion and a second for it.
Okay, so we need a motion to vote on the legal services pool for real estate and construction.
So moved.
Okay.
Now vote.
Voting has concluded. Give me a minute here to figure this one out. The motion failed with a vote of 1 in favor, 3 opposing, and 4 abstaining.
Okay.
So now we need a motion to vote on the remainder of the legal services pool.
So moved.
Second.
Who first and second?
I moved it and Trustee Cheban seconded.
Received. And this is a motion to approve the remaining legal
The
services
remaining legal
pool.
services.
Are we ready for the vote?
I'm sorry, Sharon.
That's okay. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7 in favor and 1 abstaining.
Okay, the regular meeting is adjourned at.
Is that all?
Yeah, actually.
Privilege.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Hey.
And proud to serve each of you. And I know that everybody here is committed to the student success, to the success of this institution, and the way we serve a community. I'm so proud to be part of it. Thank you for the privilege.
Ashley.